Secretary of State, does he recognise that energy efficiency is a crucial part of energy security? And will he meet with me to discuss how we can ensure that the Future Homes Standard ensures that every home is truly fit for the future, including ensuring that they are zero carbon?
Let me first wish her luck on her leadership bid. I mean, anyone who wants to be a leader of a political party, I sort of think, you should take it under advisement, in my experience. But on the, I see the former Liberal Democrat leader nodding. Look, on the specific point she raises, we do want the Future Home Standard to really work. This was a plan that the previous Labour government had for 2016. The previous government, the Conservative government, got rid of it. We want it to work. We want it to make a real difference. And it makes financial sense, because it means we don't have to retrofit homes after the event at much greater cost.
Andy Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to wish you a very happy 40th, I'm guessing, birthday. I was really impressed. I was really impressed that Holy Trinity Church in Colne Common, which is a heritage building, managed to increase their energy rating from energy efficiency rating from F to A. Is there any advice or guidance that the Secretary of State can give to communities who wish to improve heritage buildings, listed buildings and other old properties when there's often planning issues putting on solar panels, insulation and other energy efficiency?
I mean, look, let me congratulate his community group, and I think this whole set of questions has shown the huge untapped potential on all sides of the House there is on this. I'd say two things in answer to the honourable gentleman. One, I'll take this back to GB Energy as well, because I think the role of community groups as potential partners is really, really important. Secondly, he makes an important point on planning guidance. Sometimes the planning rules are okay, but the guidance is the problem, and it puts bureaucratic hurdles in the way. And I'm working with my colleague at MHCLG to make sure that the guidance is clear to local councils where there aren't barriers that they should be putting in the way.
Sarah Green.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'll answer questions 4 and 13 together. Increasing grid capacity is critical. We are halving the development time for new transmission infrastructure through reforms to planning and supply chains, delivering the grid capacity needed to achieve clean power by 2030, but also to meet the doubling of electricity demand by 2050.
Sarah Green.
Thank the Minister for his response. He will know that some projects are waiting up to 15 years to connect to the grid, and the Secretary of State earlier referred to the zombie waiting list. Could I push him a little further to ask precisely what concrete steps the department's taking to drastically cut that waiting list?
Minister.
Well, we've outlined some significant reforms to the connections queue. There's currently more than 740 gigawatts in connection for that queue. Clearly, that is an unsustainable amount of demand to connect to the grid. It's also, most of it doesn't really exist, and as my honourable friend pointed out. So we've put forward some significant reforms around prioritising based on whether projects are actually ready to connect to the grid, but also their strategic importance to the grid itself. And the Clean Power Action Plan will drive forward what those strategic outcomes are. That work's underway right now with NESO considering those proposals. It will free up a huge amount from the connections queue to allow new projects to join, but also crucially to allow demand projects that help deliver economic growth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my Oxfordshire constituency of Didcot and Wantage, sites at Culham, Harwell Campus and Milton Park host a growing range of scientific and high-tech businesses, including a proposed AI growth zone at Culham. Major housing growth also continues, and the new Valley Park development will use air source heat pumps. However, the Future Oxfordshire Partnership has raised concerns that grid constraints are causing significant delays to decarbonisation activities and creation of local power grids. So what steps will the Minister take to address these problems and to create an electricity grid fit for 21st century Oxfordshire?
Well, the honourable gentleman, I think, makes an incredibly important point that outlines why this work is so important. And there's two parts to it. The connections reform is crucial so that we have a queue of projects that are actually strategically relevant and ready to be delivered. But the second part is we have to build significantly more grid infrastructure than we've built in the past. And that is incumbent on all members of this House to not oppose that grid infrastructure and then come here and say that they want new demand projects to be able to connect, but to take a practical approach that says we're going to have to build some new grid in this country if we want to unlock the huge potential that we have from AI growth zones and other demand projects in the economy.
Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Strategic Defence Review of this government and the previous government highlighted the risks of climate change to our security. So does the Minister agree that the increasing opposition by the Conservatives and others on the benches opposite to clean power infrastructure and increasing our grid capacity across the country is not just economically illiterate, but is also a risk to our national security?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend so often is correct on these matters, and usually, in fact, has a quote on why just a few months ago the front bench used to agree with us on many of these questions, but they've suddenly changed their position. And the truth is, as my honourable friend says, this is not only critically important for delivering our energy security now and into the future in an increasingly uncertain world, but also to tackle the climate crisis, which has so much of an impact on our lives now and in the future, and it is the economic opportunity of the 21st century.
Morrissey, Shadow Minister.
Happy birthday, Mr. Speaker. We need to make sure that the technology we import to increase grid capacity is secure. U.S. officials recently found kill switches in Chinese-made components of solar farms. We, on this side of the House, have been clear about the security risk China poses in our own energy supply chain. So will the Secretary of State confirm whether he discussed this issue in the recent meeting he had with Chinese officials, and if not, why not?
I'm almost, on a day where we are announcing new nuclear schemes, tempted to say which party was it that brought Chinese investment right into the heart of our nuclear infrastructure. It was the party opposite. And look, the truth of this is that in every single decision that's taken in the energy sector and wider, there are questions, if there are questions about national security, they are taken forward in the usual way. We invest hugely in making sure that all our infrastructure, all our critical national infrastructure is safe and secure from cybersecurity and other threats. That work continues and is a top priority for government. But we're building the clean power system that delivers energy security, and they're opposing it.
5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Since the election, over £40 billion of investment has been announced in clean energy. This is good jobs with good wages. And by 2030, they could support hundreds of thousands of new jobs. We will soon be publishing our clean energy workforce strategy, which will set out in more detail where and how we'll deliver the jobs of the future. I think this highlights the risk of voting Conservative or Reform, as they would put all these jobs in jeopardy.
I thank the Minister for her response. As per her department's Clean Power Action Plan, by accelerating the transition to renewable energy sources, we are creating quality jobs in areas like mine in North Wales. A major expansion at the Port of Mostyn will create 300 new jobs as it prepares to increase its support of the offshore wind farm sector. Does she agree with me that this isn't the time to hold back? This is the time to invest in green energy to tackle climate change, secure our energy supply and provide skilled jobs for my constituents in Clwyd East.
Can I thank my honourable friend for that speech and, of course, welcome the jobs for that question, and beautiful short question, and welcome the jobs that is coming to the Port of Mostyn, of course. Look, this Labour government is driving investment into our communities from carbon capture, hydrogen, nuclear, wind and solar. The members opposite have to explain to the British people why they want to leave them colder, poorer, in the pockets of dictators and with less good jobs.
Mr. Speaker, I hear it's your birthday today. Congratulations. The UK Government have announced £14 billion for new, extremely expensive nuclear energy projects, while crucial, shovel-ready green developments in Scotland are receiving nothing at all. Both Cruachan 2 and the Acorn project are awaiting the Minister's approval to create new green jobs in Scotland. When will this money be made available?
Minister.
To hear the SNP oppose jobs just seems sad for the people of Scotland. We are supporting jobs in Scotland up and down the nation, and we will decide this week, he does not have long to wait, on what the spending review will say about Acorn.
Secretary of State Andrew.
Thank you very much. Speaker, and very many happy returns. Whilst we obviously share in welcoming new jobs when they're created, can the Minister not also acknowledge the destructive impact of her government's policies on existing jobs in oil and gas in the North Sea? On Friday evening in West Hill, in my constituency, I met many workers terrified for their future, their families and their communities, because the skilled jobs in the supply chain maintained by oil and gas are not being replaced at the pace needed by renewables due to a slowdown in offshore wind deployment and a steep decline in oil and gas activity. Can she not admit they have got this dreadfully wrong?
Minister.
Under the previous government, we lost 70,000 jobs in the oil and gas industry. We lost over 1,000 in the ceramics industry. We only produce 30% of the steel that we need in this country. The chemicals industry fell by 30%. Their record is shocking. We are putting together a plan that will ensure that we can transition a lot of people from oil and gas into renewables. As the honourable gentleman knows, the skills are very similar. We are trying to make that easier through our passport system. We are developing a workforce plan which we will publish in due course, which will see hundreds of thousands of jobs. Why do the members opposite oppose these?
No contrition, no acknowledgement of the people who are losing their jobs today in this country as a direct result of their destructive policies. 3,000 jobs already lost since July 2024. The Robert Gordon's University estimating 400 job losses every 2 weeks. OE UK predicting 42,000 job losses unless there is significant policy change. The Just Transition Commission warning 120,000 jobs may go by 2030 and no prospect of a just transition because the supply chain are just upping sticks and moving overseas. Will the Minister please not acknowledge this is the wrong course to be taking and please at least apologise to those men and women losing their jobs today?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the North Sea will continue to play an important role for years to come, which is why we are keeping open existing fields for their lifetime. The truth is this is a declining basin. The honourable gentleman knows this. This is not where the jobs of the future are going to be. The jobs of the future are in the clean energy transition, which we are investing in at pace, including huge announcements today on nuclear and spending review announcements to come. We are investing in the jobs of the future. He's stuck in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 6, and a very happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will answer questions 6, 16 and 20. We are extending the Warm Homes discount to over 6 million households, doubling the number of families that will get support this winter. And Mr. Speaker, this is the difference that a Labour government makes, providing support for those who need it whilst we sprint to clean power by 2030 so that we can get off this energy rollercoaster and bear down on bills for good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the extension of the Warm Homes discount to all households on mean-tested benefits from this winter. Many low-income households were currently excluded because their homes weren't classed as high cost to heat. In Wolverhampton North East, only 18% of households benefited in 2023-2024. Can the Minister confirm that the new scheme is simple, fair and focused on those most in need?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for raising this really important point. I can confirm that we will be removing the hard-to-heat criteria, which means that support will be going to low-income households that we know need help with their energy bills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for outlining the support that is available for households with high energy bills. 6,000 households in my constituency are benefiting from the Warm Homes discount. But, Mr. Speaker, many embarking in Dagenham are dealing with high energy debt, alongside almost 2 million other households in this country. Can I ask the Minister what plans are underway for energy debt relief schemes, or a scheme as such, to help those who have built up debt under the previous government so that we can support them now, and unlike the party opposite, we don't abandon those households that are suffering from the debt and the legacy of past governments. Here.
Thank you to my honourable friend. We are working with Ofgem to put in place a debt support scheme to deal with the huge rise in energy debt that we saw during the energy crisis, which the party opposite failed to deal with. This will provide much needed support, whether that is through debt write-offs or debt repayment plans, so that households that can't afford their energy bills, that are struggling, that will never pay that debt, are provided with support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy birthday to you. The government are targeting in terms of income, but would they also look at the issue of rural homes where there are many, many thousands of people living in poorly insulated homes in isolated areas where the families are left in the cold in the winter?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that there are parts of the country where homes are not up to standards, where families are struggling with bills, and that is why our Warm Homes Plan is so important, and we'll be targeting homes across the country to make sure that we're providing a range of things from insulation through to solar through to heat pumps so that we can ensure that homes are warmer and that they are cheaper to run.
Jim Shutt.
Mr. Speaker, can I wish you a happy birthday? And like myself, you don't count the years, you make the years count, and you're doing very well at that. Yeah.
Get on with
It's a good point. Can I welcome the Minister very much her answer to the question? And the Minister in the past has been very keen to ensure that Northern Ireland doesn't lose out on this scheme. Yesterday, winter fuel payment decision was made in the House, which we all welcome, but the Minister was clear that the legislation starts here, but the help for Northern Ireland will come from here as well. So can I ask the Minister, will the same help come to those in Northern Ireland who need it equally as much as the people here? Thank you so much.
We are working across the country, across all nations, to make sure households that need support are getting that support. I'll be in Northern Ireland next week, where I'll be talking to the devolved administration about how we can work together to ensure that homes across the country are supported.
7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Accelerating the clean energy transition away from insecure and expensive fossil fuels towards cheap, clean renewables and nuclear power will help decouple gas and electricity prices. As a result, we will reduce the exposure of consumer bills to volatile international prices and ensure we never again face the kind of cost of living crisis the last government presided over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. New solar is 11% cheaper than the lowest cost fossil fuel. Onshore wind is 39% cheaper. Yet the marginal pricing system, which ties electricity costs to the market price of gas, has resulted in British consumers enduring the 4th highest global energy prices during a cost of living crisis. Does the Minister agree that decoupling electricity prices from the gas market is essential if consumers are to enjoy lower cost energy?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman and particularly for his expertise in this area, which he so often brings to the House. He's absolutely right that, of course, decoupling from what is volatile and expensive gas prices is critical, and the journey we're on to deliver clean power by 2030 will do that. Our objective is to deliver a clean power system where gas is only providing the backup, not setting the price as it currently does. At the moment, too often we're relying on gas to set the price 80% of the time. What we're trying to do is remove that and make sure we're building a clean power system for the future.
Billington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we all agree that it is important for us to protect all consumers from the volatile oil and gas prices that my right honourable friend has mentioned. However, while we shift and do that reform, has the Minister considered the benefits of having an energy social tariff to protect customers now from those volatile oil and gas prices and prepare them for a cleaner and better reformed energy market in the future?
Minister.
I always agree with my honourable friend, but I think on her initial point I probably don't, because I'm not sure we do all agree in this House that we should remove the volatility of fossil fuels. Some want us to remain linked to them for longer and longer. We are determined that we should remove that vulnerability from people's bills so we don't face the price spikes that many families are still struggling with. But she's right to point to targeted support as well. A social tariff is something we're looking at. Part of the challenge is it means different things to different people. But what we're really clear on is that bringing down bills for everyone is a top priority for this government, and the Clean Power Mission is how we'll do it.
Shadow Minister Nick Timmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy birthday. The Energy Secretary has said there is, quote, a principled case for removing green taxes from electricity bills with the costs met by increases in green taxes on gas bills. This would be a net tax rise for every household, that's 80% of the country, who use gas. This was not an argument the Energy Secretary made before the election. So can the Minister take this opportunity to rule out any increase in taxes, charges or levies on gas bills?
Minister.
Well, on this side of the House, what we're trying to do is cut people's bills as quickly as possible. The honourable gentleman was a core part of a government that failed to do that for many, many years. And I'm surprised, Mr Speaker, that he didn't rise to congratulate Great British Energy on its investment in solar panels on schools and hostels, because his constituents are benefiting from one on a hospital and a school. He should welcome that.
Nick Timothy.
If he wants to talk about my constituency, Mr Speaker, he can talk about the betrayal of the Seneca application that is being imposed on my constituency by the Energy Secretary. And the public will see, Mr Speaker, that that was not a no from the Minister. Families across the country should be very worried. And this is becoming a pattern. For weeks, I asked ministers about their plan to align with the European carbon price. For weeks, they denied it. And then, once the local elections were done, they did it, increasing electricity bills by stealth for every family and business in the country. And now it's the same for gas bills. So when will the Minister be straight with people and admit for families and businesses his family's adding to bills, not cutting them?
Well, the House will have heard his failure to welcome solar panels on a hostel and school in his constituent, but he can deal with his own constituent. And on the question of ETS, we have on one side welcoming it, the National Grid, we've got Energy UK, Carbon Capture and Storage Association, Make UK, the CBI, and on the other side, the Shadow Minister and the Deputy Leader of the Reform Party. I think I know who I'd take my advice from.
Ellis.
Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you and happy birthday, Mr Speaker. The Government is committed to ensuring that everyone can access the benefits of our net zero transition, including rural communities, which will play a vital role in creating jobs and hosting infrastructure. That's why we've set up the £5 million Great British Energy Community Fund to support clean energy project development, including in constituencies like hers.
Speaker, and many happy returns. Chipping Community Energy in my constituency is a brilliant ground source heat loop feasibility project. We know that grid infrastructure is weaker in rural areas, and there's a risk that more remote areas get left behind in the move to decarbonisation in the same way that they did with the broadband rollout. Could the Minister share what role she sees local initiatives like Chipping Community Energy playing in our overall plans for energy security and affordability, and what steps she's taking to help projects like these to provide more cheap energy to our rural communities in future?
Minister.
Minister, it sounds like a great project, and we're absolutely committed to recognising the role that community energy groups like the Chipping Community Land Trust can play in ensuring that communities directly benefit from the energy transition. The Trust was awarded £100,000 through the former Community Energy Fund, and GB Energy is continuing this work, helping to unleash the wave of community energy projects that the Secretary of State spoke about earlier with its Community Energy Fund. The Government and Ofgem will be working to tackle policy and regulatory barriers to these projects happening.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And in the spirit of trying to get as many birthday wishes in one Hansard record, may from one part of the greatest county in the country to another wish you a very happy birthday. The rural economies, in terms of the dash to net zero, can also be damaged by the infrastructure itself that's being put in. The Morgan and Morecambe wind farm cabling corridor and substations will cause over 20 miles of damage to rural businesses through the cabling route, including during the disruption of the construction stage. So what efforts is the Minister making to assess where the actual infrastructure that's being put in place does more damage to the rural economies than it does benefit?
Well, it's absolutely important that if rural communities are to benefit from the clean energy transition, that they play a role in helping to host the infrastructure as well. When the Great British Energy Bill went through Parliament, there was much discussion about how he could make sure that communities that host the new infrastructure don't lose out. And I can send him details of exactly what the agreement, how his community can engage with that process.
Lisa Smart.
Happy birthday, Mr Speaker. Question 10, please.
There we are, Sacristan.
Thank you so much. Mr Speaker, in 2025-6 alone, we will upgrade up to 300,000 homes through the Warm Homes Plan and other measures. That is more than double the number of homes upgraded last year. Later this year, we'll set out more detail of a Warm Homes Plan to upgrade up to 5 million homes, and there'll be more details in the spending review tomorrow.
Lisa Smart, there you are.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My Lib Dem predecessor, the much missed Andrew Stunnell, pushed for the Zero Carbon Homes programme during his time in the 2010 to 15 government, having brought in his first bill on this subject back in 2004. Sadly, these standards were scrapped as soon as the Conservatives were governing on their own. The Energy and Climate Change Intelligence Unit have estimated that had these standards been reached in 2016, households would have paid £5 billion less on energy bills as a result of living in better insulated and more energy efficient homes. Secretary of State mentioned earlier the Future Home Standard, which bring in welcome steps on solar panels and so on. When will the government go further to reach zero carbon home standards with a fabric first approach?
Well, the Honourable lady raises a really important question, I think, about the way in which the failure to have the zero carbon home standard or future home standard in place has meant we've built, I think, over 1 million homes since then, which are now going to have to be retrofitted, which makes no financial sense. It's right to put these in as standard from the get-go. We've worked a lot with MHCLG and the house builders to make sure this can be done in a way that also means we can build lots of homes.
Thank you. Could I ask the Secretary of State what he'll be doing to make it more affordable for households to make their homes energy efficient? Because the current model is that those who can afford to outlay some funding then get a taxpayer-funded subsidy, but for the people who can't actually put down those first few thousand, they don't get that support.
My honourable friend raises a really important point, and this is something I'm working with the Minister for Consumers and others across government on as part of the Warm Homes Plan. We've got to make sure that those people who can least afford it can take advantage of these huge opportunities of both insulation, solar panels and batteries.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Pippa Haring.
Thank you, and warm wishes for your birthday, Mr Speaker. And of course, I'm going to be talking about warmth, as you might expect. So over the last decade, Keynesian conditions, dark, damp, cold homes, and having to choose between heating and eating, with the Warm Homes Plan widely recognised as the most cost-effective way of making homes warmer, healthier and cheaper to heat. Can the Secretary of State confirm exactly how many homes will cover? But really, do we believe that the current scale of the plan is truly sufficient to meet the challenge we face?
Well, I think the Honourable Lady is absolutely right to be ambitious on these issues. It makes such sense for our country energy efficiency. We committed in our manifesto to upgrade 5 million homes. We intend to meet that commitment. I don't want to steal the thunder from the Chancellor tomorrow, but we'll, as I said earlier, we'll be saying more about it tomorrow.
John MacDonald.
Have a good one, Mr Speaker. Number 11.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The consent to develop the Rosebank oil field was deemed unlawful by the courts. The developer will need to reapply for consent, including an assessment of emissions from burning the fuel produced. We will produce guidance on the environmental assessment of those emissions in due course.
The big issues to be considered in this decision-making process will be the economic and environmental impacts. But can I ask the government to, as it develops its thinking, to consider and to report to the House on another issue? Ithaca, one of the companies that's seeking to benefit large profits from the Rosebank development, is owned by Delek. Delek is the Israeli oil conglomerate which has been listed recently by the UN for human rights abuses in the Palestinian occupied territories. I don't believe our government would want to be associated with a company like that, and many pension funds are now divesting from that company as well. So if we could have a report on that specific issue as the government's thinking develops on this crucial matter.
Minister.
Well, I want to be careful about what I say in this particular case on this specific application for obvious reasons, but we will be publishing guidance very soon on how the Scope 3, the end-use emissions, will be assessed, and any developers with any projects who wish to reapply will then be able to do so. Each project will go through a regulatory process and will be considered on its individual merits.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Cabinet Office guidance says that government departments should aim to publish a response to a consultation within 12 weeks of the consultation closing. The consultation on the EIA is closed on the 8th of January, which is 22 weeks ago tomorrow. When will the department publish the guidance? Because it is causing delays to projects in the North Sea today.
Well, we published the consultation on what we'll do with the EIA as quickly as we possibly could. We're now analysing that. It's a very complex issue, as I'm sure she'll understand. We will publish the response and indeed the process that will now be able to be put into place as soon as possible, and then any developers that wish to reapply will be able to do so.
We're going to topicals. Alice MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, since the last oral questions, the government has confirmed rooftop solar panels will be standard for all new build homes, delivered the first 11 solar on schools project, scrapped the absurd 1 metre heat pump rule, secured royal assent for Great British Energy, and alongside Ofgem, delivered compensation for 40,000 victims of the prepayment meter scandal that happened under the last government.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The East of England has a unique energy mix from offshore wind and hydrogen to, of course, nuclear. And can I welcome the game-changing investment in Sizewell C today? But can I ask specifically about wind? A new report from East Wind and Operagy says that in the East of England we need more than 6,500 extra offshore wind farm workers. Does the Secretary of State agree that the East of England is central to our energy mission, and can he outline how he will deliver those skilled jobs?
Absolutely, the East of England is going to be a clean energy powerhouse for the country, and I think my honourable friend raises a really important issue, which is about workforce, and we're going to be publishing a workforce plan soon.
Secretary of State Andrew Barr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the dim and distant past in 2023, the Secretary of State described the Rosebank oil field as a colossal waste of taxpayer money and climate vandalism. Does he still agree?
Mr. Speaker, as with any application, there's a process that my department will go through, and we'll look at all of any applications in a fair and objective way.
Thank you, Gettins.
And as I forgot to say earlier, a very, very happy birthday from me and my constituents. I commend the Secretary of State for seeing the need to reform our energy sector, which currently sees people across North Wales paying some of the highest energy bills in the country. Will he give assurances that any proposed alternative to the current energy model will not put any one nation or region at a relative disadvantage?
Minister.
We are developing proposals that will minimise costs and ensure a fair outcome for consumers across the country.
Pippa Herding, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
The North Sea's future lies in clean energy, yet despite the UK being billed as a wind superpower, we still import most of our wind turbine components, while communities around the North Sea are losing jobs. Trade unions and industry are united in calling for £1.1 billion a year to build up domestic renewables manufacturing, but the Chancellor has committed to barely half of that. So will the Secretary of State work with Cabinet colleagues to secure the investment needed to realise the job-creating potential of the green, just transition?
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right. What we are trying to do is not just build the renewables that we need for the future, but bring the good jobs here with it, the manufacturing and the industry that goes along with it. That's why the Prime Minister announced £200 million of funding to Great British Energy to support supply chains. There'll be much more on that to come. But we're also working individually with projects and developers to make sure we bring the jobs here, and that's why the Clean Industry Bonus is so important.
Paul Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over recent months, I've received numerous emails from residents in Hade Edge in my constituency expressing concern over repeated energy outages. Most recent incident occurred on the 26th of May, affecting 389 customers. Can I ask the Minister what steps the government's taking to ensure that energy suppliers such as Northern Power Grid invest in upgrading their infrastructure so that communities like Hade Edge no longer have to worry about these outages?
Well, my honourable friend raises an important point. The UK's energy grid is very resilient, but we are investing to make sure that that remains the case in the decades ahead. Transmission owners and distribution network operators are required by Ofgem to make sure there is an efficient, economic and coordinated system of electricity transmission in the country to make sure that it works. But if there are specific issues that he wants to raise, I'm very happy to hear from him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 21st of May, the Government published its working paper on community benefit. However, contributions are unlikely to be made mandatory before a decision is taken on the huge Botley West plant in my constituency. Does the Minister agree that a responsible developer would offer my constituents in Bicester and Woodstock a level of benefit in line with those proposed by the Government?
Well, yes, and I was grateful to meet the Honourable Gentleman to talk about these exact points recently. We encourage all developers to put in place a range of local community benefits. We're consulting clearly on whether that should go further, but in the meantime, we'd like to see as strong as possible community benefit schemes for all energy projects right across the country.
Lawrence Session-Lomé.
Happy Labubu birthday, Mr. Speaker. Our most climate-friendly nations require investment to adapt to the effects of climate change. But sadly, none of them are spending a lot of money facing debt crises on sky-high interest rates to lenders. Given that 90% of the debt contracts is governed by English law. Will the government ensure that private lenders are taking part in debt relief schemes so that they can effectively tackle the climate emergency?
Minister.
Thank my honourable friend for that question. This is the subject of ongoing discussions between our department and particularly between the FCDO as how we can make sure that we're not giving with one hand and taking away with the other. It's part of the whole remodelling how we get international climate finance through to people who need it most.
Chris Law.
Mr Speaker, and wishing you a happy birthday. Mr Speaker, the Scottish Labour Manifesto promised last year to create 69,000 Scottish jobs in the clean energy industry to the future. However, the Scottish Labour leader, when asked on the Sunday show, was unable to answer any questions around it. So I'm going to ask the Secretary of State, how many jobs have been created so far? How is it progressing? And when will this target be met?
Well, he's right that we had ambitious plans in our manifesto to create thousands of jobs funded through Great British Energy, something that he failed to vote for, and so he's now against that investment that will come. We've had £40 billion worth of private investment since we came into government, with hundreds of jobs and many, many thousands to come.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Thousands of my constituents in Barking receive their energy via a heat network provided by their landlord or a housing association. In many cases, they're not eligible for the Warm Homes discount. Can I ask the Minister what plans the government might have to make sure that those constituents receive the support that they need to?
Minister.
We know that we've had challenges with heat networks across the country. That's why we're bringing forward regulations to make sure that both there is a fair price for people who are on heat networks, but also that there are technical standards that drive up the quality of heat networks so that people can have cheaper bills.
Alex Brewer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Standing order charges are making energy bills unaffordable, particularly for those on lower incomes. What steps is the Minister taking to address this?
Secretary of State.
The Honourable Lady raises a really important point, which is about the level of standing orders. Now, the complexity, and this is something that Ofgem have consulted on, is that if you redistribute standing order charges, it can have very significant sort of adverse distributional effects. But what they are seeking to do is have low standing order charges for some customers.
Jonathan Blash.
Wasco Pipe Coating in my constituency has invested significantly in their Hartlepool operation in anticipation of the ambitious net zero plans in Teesside. Now we learn there's a possibility that contract may go abroad. This threatens Hartlepool jobs. Does the Minister agree that British investment must back British jobs, and does she have a message for those deciding on this contract?
The Northern Endurance Partnership developing the infrastructure to transport CO2 across Teesside and the Humber will create thousands of jobs. There is a 50% local content target, but we would want them to exceed that, and I would urge the partnership to use British suppliers. I think the Honourable Gentleman is meeting with them this week. We, of course, stand ready to do so, and we want everyone to buy British.
Centrica headquarters on my patch shows that research shows that Hive has saved domestic customers £500 million on their energy bills since its inception. Does he agree with me that smart data that gives consumers the ability to control their energy use without the need for top-down bans, taxes, mandates should be a key plank of the Warm Homes plan?
I think the Honourable Gentleman raises a really important point, and minimum half-hourly charges will also help customers use smart solutions and get savings. And all of the evidence actually conducted under the last government is that when there was consumer-led flexibility was offered, people really took advantage of it.
Chris Hinchliffe.
Making community energy the centrepiece of the government's Clean Power Plan will foster support for new schemes by putting the public in the driving seat to choose where and at what scale projects can fit into local landscapes. To unleash the full potential of community energy, will ministers consider implementing the long-standing proposals to enable these schemes to sell electricity directly to local people?
Minister.
Thank you. The government's licence exemption regimes already allow small-scale suppliers, including many community energy groups, to come to market to supply local customers. The Secretary of State has also commissioned Ofgem to work with the department to explore some of the policy and regulatory barriers to local supply.
Rebecca Smith.
Mr Speaker. In 2026, Formula One will be using a fully sustainable drop in fuel in all of their cars. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that this provides an exciting opportunity for the UK to lead the world in using the research and development from Formula One to support the pursuit of net zero for all motorists? And will you agree to meet with me and representatives from motorsport to discuss this further?
Sounds really good. Yes.
David Williams.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy birthday. At the former Chatterley Whitfield Colliery in my constituency of Stoke-on-Trent North and Kidsgrove, the council has launched an ambitious plan to go from black to green, creating a combined digital and eco park, including an AI growth zone. Will the Secretary of State meet with me in my constituency, alongside my good and honourable neighbour for Stoke South, who champions this cause, and partners, to see for himself the potential of our coalfield communities?
Who wants it? Secretary of State. Well,
that also sounds really good, and it sounds like a really important initiative, and I really think the AI growth zone idea of my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for DCIT, is great, and I congratulate my honourable friend.
Stephen Flynn.
May I extend an invite to the Secretary of State to come to Aberdeen and meet with the highly skilled energy workforce whose jobs are being put at risk as a result of his policies?
Let me say to the honourable gentleman, as my honourable friend, absolutely, I meet North Sea workers and companies. What we need to do for them is build the clean energy future so that they can transition, and that is about carbon capture and storage, hydrogen, offshore wind, and it's about nuclear as well, something they oppose. And this government is going to make the investments to make it happen.
Oh, come on.
Mayor Lamreek, Mr. Speaker. The Minister might know we used to have nuclear power in Ayrshire, creating many well-paying jobs. Does he think we could see SMRs at Hunterston? And what does he think of the SNP's abject failure to bring nuclear to Scotland, even though they plan for an independent Scotland to rely on English nuclear?
Mr. Speaker, theirs is an anti-jobs, anti-investment, anti-clean energy position, and they should be ashamed of themselves.
Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the last election campaign, the Secretary of State said he would cut energy bills by £300. Could he set out for families and small businesses in Bridgewater the timescale for fulfilling that promise?
We said we would cut energy bills by up to £300 by 2030. That remains our commitment.
Very Moon.
Morazbraz ha Penblad Lowen, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's commitment to nuclear energy as a means of reducing our reliance on fossil fuels, but I'm concerned that far less attention has been given to another low-carbon, low-marginal cost, firm baseload power source, deep geothermal. By some estimates, there's over 30 gigawatts of geothermal energy potential in the Cornish granite batholith alone. Can the Minister explain what the government is doing to assess and unlock this untapped geothermal potential?
Minister.
Well, as always, my honourable friend is a great champion for his local area and the different energy sources that it has. I'm very happy to meet with them. Geothermal has huge opportunities. I think some of it has yet to come to market, but we look very much at all opportunities for how we can deliver clean power.
Christine Jardine.
Mr. Speaker, happy birthday, and I suspect you might be relieved we can't sing in the chamber. I was recently approached by a small business owner in my constituency of Edinburgh West who's facing a bill of almost £30,000 for the period of lockdown when her business was closed, and getting no sense out of British Gas Light about why she's facing this bill. I'm getting no response from them. Will the Minister meet with me to discuss how we can find out what's happening?
Yes.
Yes.
Rachel Muskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy birthday to you. The York Central Development site at the heart of my constituency has been found to be a rich source of deep geothermal energy. Will the Minister meet with me to look at how we can bring this on stream to be able to heat the 2,500 homes and 12,500 businesses, jobs to be on that site?
Minister.
I'm very happy to meet with her. There are a number of schemes like this already. The Mining Remediation Authority has a number of projects underway. There's huge potential. I'm very happy to meet with her to discuss it.
Final question, Samuel Wilson.
Speaker, and happy birthday to you. And despite what has been said by my colleagues in front, you don't look a day over 75. While the Minister is claiming to save the world by closing down the oil and gas industry in the United Kingdom, Centrica have signed a £20 billion deal with Norway to supply gas to the United Kingdom. How does he justify the loss of jobs, British jobs, giving away tax revenue and putting growth in jeopardy by closing down an industry which is still much needed?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman is wrong on two fronts. First of all, we're not closing down oil and gas. It will continue to play a part for many years to come, but there is a transition underway, has been for many, many years. And the truth of the matter is that while we want to create the jobs that come next, he turns his face against all of the investment in what those jobs will be, which does mean that this transition under his plan will not have a future for that workforce, that incredibly skilled workforce. We're determined to do it differently so that there are good, well-paid jobs in the future and a secure energy mix for decades to come.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who wished me well for my birthday. Can I say I got the best birthday present, and that was the knighthood of Sir Billy Boston, who had to leave Wales to play rugby league. This is the first knighthood to rugby league, so it was the best present I could have had. Let us come to the statement. Secretary of State Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with permission, I would like to make a statement about government plans for investment in new nuclear power. 16 years ago, in 2009, as Energy Secretary, I delivered a statement to this House identifying potential sites for new nuclear. Back then, I said we need to use all available low-carbon sources. New nuclear is right for energy security and climate change, and it will be good for jobs too. Mr. Speaker, that was true back then, and it is even more true today. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the cost of living crisis that followed showed how vulnerable we are as a country because of our dependence on fossil fuels, at the whim of markets controlled by petrostates and dictators. Now, the imperative of energy security and the demands of the climate crisis mean we must shift as fast as possible to clean, homegrown power. And, Mr. Speaker, the demand for that power, as we shift away from gas, is expected to at least double by 2050. So we need all the low-carbon sources we can to meet the demands we face. And the advice from experts, including the Climate Change Committee, is clear. We need new nuclear to meet our climate obligations. So, Mr. Speaker, this government supports new nuclear because of our belief that the climate crisis is the greatest long-term threat facing our country and our world, not in spite of it. Because of the imperative of energy security and also because of the good skilled jobs that nuclear provides. In Britain today, there are too few industries that offer the secure, well-paid jobs with strong trade unions that the British people desire and deserve. I have heard time and again, Mr. Speaker, from people up and down the country about the importance of nuclear jobs to their communities. For all these reasons, the government is taking decisive steps today to usher in a new golden age of nuclear for Britain. First, back in the late 2000s, I identified Sizewell as a potential site for new nuclear when I was Energy Secretary. Mr. Speaker, it's taken 16 years, but I'm incredibly proud that we are today announcing £14.2 billion of our public funding for this spending review period to build Sizewell C, the first government-funded and owned nuclear power station in Britain since the 1980s, a strategic partnership with France, with EDF intending to invest alongside us. I want to recognise the contribution of my honourable friends for Lowestoft and Ipswich in advocating for this project, and also my honourable friend for Warrington North for her advocacy for nuclear as a whole. I also acknowledge he's not here, but the work of the honourable member for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine as nuclear minister. Mr. Speaker, Sizewell C will power the equivalent of around 6 million homes with clean homegrown energy for 60 years, and it will be a jobs and growth engine for Britain, supporting 10,000 jobs at peak construction and creating 1,500 apprenticeships. Well-paid, highly skilled jobs in East Anglia and communities across the country, and I want to thank the GMB, Unite and Prospect trade unions who are brilliant champions for the nuclear industry. Mr. Speaker, Sizewell has already signed £4.2 billion worth of contracts with 311 companies and eventually will work with 3,500 suppliers in all 4 nations of the UK. And I will also say to the House, this project is good value for money for the taxpayer because there will be a clear economic return on the investment, and for the bill payer because all the due diligence we have done demonstrates that the cost of the clean power supplied will be cheaper than the alternative. Mr. Speaker, we expect the final investment decision on the project, including through the capital raise from the private sector, to be completed in the summer when we will set out further detail. Mr. Speaker, a new generation of nuclear power, promised for years, delivered by this Labour government. Second, small modular reactors offer a huge industrial opportunity for our country. We're determined to harness Britain's nuclear expertise to win the global race to lead in this new technology. I can inform the House that following a rigorous 2-year competition, today Rolls-Royce SMR has been selected as the preferred bidder to develop the UK's first SMRs, subject to final government approvals and contract signature. This initial project could create up to 3,000 skilled jobs and power the equivalent of around 3 million homes. And in the spending review, we are committing to the public investment needed to get this project off the ground, with over £2.5 billion of funding for the SMR programme over the spending review period. It will be delivered by a publicly owned company, Great British Energy Nuclear, headquartered in Warrington, an allied company to Great British Energy, headquartered in Aberdeen. Subject to government approvals, the contract will be signed later this year. Our aim is to deliver one of Europe's first SMR fleets, leading the world in the nuclear technologies of the future. More good jobs and energy security funded and made possible by this Labour government. Third, beyond the immediate horizon, nuclear fusion offers the potential of an energy-abundant future. Britain already leads thanks to the pioneering work of the UK AEA. But unlike in the past, we're determined to make the investments to stay ahead as a country. So today we are pledging to invest more than £2.5 billion in nuclear fusion, including the STEP programme. This will help progress a new prototype fusion plant at West Burton. I congratulate the Mayor of the East Midlands, Claire Ward, for her tireless advocacy of this project, as well as my honourable friends, the members for Bassett Law and Rushcliffe, for their advocacy too. This will be the first fusion plant of its kind in the world on the site of a former coal-fired power station. Britain leading the clean energy transition and trailblazing the technologies of the future under a Labour government. Fourth, our nuclear ambitions do not stop there. As we move ahead on these projects, we see huge potential right across the country. That's why we're looking to provide a route for private sector-led advanced nuclear projects, AMRs and SMRs, to be deployed in the UK. And we will task Great British Energy Nuclear with a new role in assessing proposals, with the National Wealth Fund exploring potential investment opportunities. My message to the private sector is if you want to build new nuclear, Britain is open for business. And I can also tell the House that following the incredible campaigning work of my honourable friends for Whitehaven and Workington, Carlisle, Penrith and Solway and Barrow-in-Furness, my department has asked the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority and Cumberland Council to consider the potential for privately led clean energy development in Moorside, delivering jobs and growth in Cumbria. We also know, Mr. Speaker, this is an industry that demands long-term thinking. So having announced these steps today, we will build on our 2030 Clean Power Action Plan and set out our plans for the energy system into the 2030s and beyond, including our ambitions and next steps on nuclear. Mr. Speaker, taken together, the steps I have announced today will kick off the biggest nuclear building programme Britain has seen in half a century, doubling down on our nuclear strength to take the latest step forward in our mission to make Britain a clean energy superpower. And when people ask what clean energy and net zero means for our country, this is what it is all about. For too long, our country has not made the crucial energy or indeed other infrastructure investments we need. A short-sighted failure to invest, which the British people have paid the price in lower living standards, insecurity and declining public services. This week's announcements signal a decisive change in approach. To invest in the future, the right choice for energy security, the right choice for jobs, the right choice for climate and our children and grandchildren, the right choice for Britain, investment not decline. This government has made its choice, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the right honourable gentleman for advance sight of his statement. The Conservative Party is a pro-nuclear party, and we welcome any decisions backed by investment that increase Britain's nuclear capacity. We cannot deliver cheap, reliable and secure energy without it. While the investment announced by the Secretary of State today is significant, it is a fraction of the £230 billion cost of his plan to decarbonise the grid, which will ultimately be borne by consumers. Unlike the intermittent technologies backed at such cost by the Secretary of State, nuclear provides reliable baseload power. It generates inertia to stabilise our grid. And nuclear power plants require substantially less new grid infrastructure than dispersed generation by wind and solar. It's to the shame of successive governments over many years that Britain relinquished its status as a world leader in civil nuclear technologies. In 1965, we had more nuclear reactors than the United States, the USSR, and the rest of the world put together. Between 1956 and 1966, we built 10 nuclear power stations in a decade. But we gave all of that up. The contribution of nuclear to our power generation peaked in 1994 and has fallen consistently since then. Labour came to power in 1997, saying we see no economic case for the building of any new nuclear power stations. In 2010, the coalition agreement ruled out public investment in nuclear. It was the last Conservative government that planned the largest revival of nuclear power in 70 years, and it is thanks to this work that the Secretary of State has been able to make many of these announcements today. But can he reiterate, despite the headlines this morning, that the final investment decision is not yet made? He said in his statement that he will announce it in the summer, but can he give us a more precise date when we will be told the total government investment and the private capital raised? This statement is a downgrade on what the last government put in motion. Today, the Energy Secretary has announced only one small modular reactor. There is no clear target to increase nuclear power generation and no news on Wilver. The nuclear industry is expecting news of a 3rd gigawatt scale reactor. The last government purchased the land and committed to build, but on this today, the Energy Secretary said nothing. So can he commit to the plan he inherited for a 3rd gigawatt scale plant at Wilver? And will he recommit to the Conservative policy of 24 gigawatts of nuclear power by 2050? While it's good news that Rolls-Royce will build our first small modular reactors, this is a downgrade on what was previously planned. So can he tell us why he has awarded just one technology rather than 2 that were set out before? And will he commit, as other countries have, to going faster? Canada has approved a plan for 4 SMRs by 2029. As things stand, Britain will not have SMRs connected to the grid until the 2030s. The contrast between this caution on nuclear and the government's rush to decarbonise the entire grid in just 5 years, while betting the house on unreliable and intermittent renewable technologies and shutting down British oil and gas in the North Sea, couldn't be clearer. We need the Energy Secretary to focus on the possible, not stake our country's future and people's bills on ideology.
Tuesday.
I feel a bit sorry for the honourable gentleman, but it's kind of hard on a day like this to be a member of the opposition. Nevertheless, I'll try and answer his questions such as they are. On the question about final investment decision, he will maybe be aware that we're currently doing the private sector capital raise. When that is complete, we will proceed to final investment decision, which, as I say, will take place this summer, and that is obviously important. On the fundamental question that he's sort of asking, I mean, I do sort of slightly scratch my head, but because, you know, he sort of says it's a downgrade. I mean, we've announced the largest nuclear building program in 50 years. I mean, it might have sort of looked good in the mirror this morning, but I think it looks sort of doesn't really bear much resemblance to reality. And look, the question is this, Mr. Speaker, and it goes to the point I was making at the end of my statement. Why did they make all these promises on nuclear but fail to deliver them? And there's a simple answer. It wasn't because of the lack of diligence of his honourable friend, the member for Aberdeen and West Kincardine. It was for a simple reason, which is they didn't put the money up. They didn't make the investment. And look, this is the point here. What is the thing that has bedevilled the nuclear programme? A failure to invest public money. And look, we're putting 14 billion for Sizewell in this spending review, 2.5 billion for SMRs, 2.5 billion for fusion. I mean, that is significant sums of long-term capital investment. And that's what they didn't do. That's why they made all these promises. That's why I was the guy that identified Sizewell, and I'm back being the guy delivering Sizewell.
Nuclear physics department at Liverpool University and learned in both cases. Nuclear physics department at Liverpool University and learned in both cases about the jobs that will be available right across this country. But can the Secretary of State confirm that he sees this as just the start both for gigawatt construction of new nuclear and also the start of a big expansion in what is still a nascent technology in SMRs and also in AMRs for a very, very good future for nuclear generation in this country?
My honourable friend speaks very well on this subject, and I agree with what he said, both about the huge jobs potential from new nuclear And also, just on the sort of timelines here, look, my priority when we came into office was to get these things over the line, because there'd been so many promises made by the last government which didn't, you know, they made these long-term promises, Boris Johnson, for 2050, but didn't actually deliver anything towards the 24 gigawatt target. So my priority, get on and deliver these things, get them over the line, which we're doing, and then look, and this is why I said at the end of my statement, look at what are the energy needs going forward and how do we meet them. And I agree with him that I think nuclear has a really essential part to play in this. And, you know, alongside all the other clean energy technologies, we need all of them. You know, electricity demand is going to double by 2050. We need all of them.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Pippa Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we welcome the government's renewed focus on energy security through nuclear power as part of the energy mix. It's long overdue after years of dither and delay from successive Conservative governments. It's been 16 years since Sizewell C was first announced in 2009. And now, 7 Prime Ministers later, we're finally seeing real movement. That's not a success story. It's a warning. Short-term thinking, poor delivery, exorbitant costs. And I can't help but wonder, when the Secretary of State... Can I continue? Can I continue?
Sit down, please. I decide, and I will decide when things are out of order. I don't need any help, because I want you to get it finished quickly. Come on, Pippa Haley.
I can't help but wonder, when the Secretary of State stood at his dispatch box back in 2009, did he imagine he'd be back in 2025 still announcing funding for the same project? We support investment in clean, homegrown energy. Small modular nuclear reactors have real potential to reduce our dependence on foreign gas from tyrants like Putin and help bring down bills. So we welcome the government backing this nascent technology of small modular reactors and the choice of Rolls-Royce, who's really recognised as a first mover across all of Europe. And that's where the focus should be, rather than large-scale projects like Sizewell C that cost billions, takes decades and goes over a budget. So we have to make sure this doesn't land consumers with higher energy bills. That risk is very real. The government must be transparent about how this will be paid for, because families can't afford another hit to their household budgets. Liberal Democrats believe the best way to cut bills, create good jobs and boost energy security is invest in homegrown renewables, solar, wind, tidal, geothermal, upgrade our national grid to deliver that clean power. And on that point, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to seeing more detail on the long overdue reform of the outdated first come, first served grid connection system, holding back renewable energy projects, could even delay the rollout of new SMRs. So today's announcement is a step in the right direction. The real test of delivery, cheaper bills, stronger energy security and a modern energy grid for the future. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her contribution. She has sort of slightly airbrushed out the role of the current leader of the Liberal Democrats. I sort of feel a bit bad about mentioning this. Like the current leader of the Liberal Democrats, who was Energy Secretary for a period, but we'll sort of Trotsky that out of the to use a sort of familial sort of term of origin. We'll Trotsky it out of the record. On the other points that she makes, look, I really sincerely welcome her support for this programme, and I think she puts it very, very well, and I think it's actually a lesson to some of the people sitting behind her, which is we need all of these clean energy technologies. We shouldn't choose between them. Just because we're in favour of nuclear doesn't mean we're against wind. I'm the biggest enthusiast for offshore wind, for onshore wind, for solar, for all of these technologies. Let's have all of them to get off fossil fuels and meet our electricity and energy demands.
Mr. McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy birthday. The year of your birth was only a few months after the opening of Calder Hall, the world's first civil nuclear power plant. So you share that birthday. And on that point, the Secretary of State has made a major decision, which is incredibly welcome in West Cumbria, which is to unlock up to 200 acres of land at Moorside for clean energy projects, including new nuclear. This has been an issue that's been stuck for many, many years, and I really welcome the Secretary of State's efforts and the decision that he made and the work that he's done with the Cumberland Nuclear Future Board to make it happen. The first question really is, will the Secretary of State continue to work with myself and local partners to drive that through so that we actually get something delivered at the site? And secondly, can he say a bit more about the regulatory task force that's being undertaken at the moment so that we can cut through the bureaucracy and build reactors quicker.
To reassure you, Mr. Speaker, you look much younger than the Calder Hall nuclear power station.
And it's been decommissioned. That's even worse.
Absolutely right. There's no decommissioning of you, Mr. Speaker. Right. On the... can I seriously really congratulate my honourable friend? He's shown incredible leadership for the people of his constituency and his area on this issue. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with him and colleagues on these questions. You know, he's absolutely right about the potential there is. He's absolutely right also on this regulatory question. We have some of the highest standards of regulation in the world, but it's always right to look at how we can improve the standards of regulation, avoid changes in regulation in the course of projects, which is absolutely crucial for success, and that's the work we're getting on with.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy birthday. Credit where it is due, I totally welcome the announcement on nuclear today. Where I disagree with the Secretary of State is on his persistence to plough ahead with inefficient technologies like solar and associated paraphernalia like battery storage, which trashes the Buckinghamshire and wider British countryside. Nuclear works 24/7, solar works about 10% of the time. Will he have greater courage and plough ahead with this much more efficient 24/7 nuclear technology and drop solar?
Well, look, I thank you for part of what he said, if not most of it. Look, we just have a sort of fundamental disagreement. Solar, wind offer cheap power for our country, and why would we possibly say no to it? And the biggest threat to the countryside is the climate crisis, and this, alongside nuclear, is the way to tackle it.
Joe White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also wish you a happy birthday. And I very much welcome the statement today. It is about the future visioning and future proofing of our energy security and production. But I particularly welcome the £2.5 billion investment into fusion, including into the STEP programme at West Burton in North Nottinghamshire. I'd like to thank the work of the ministers to secure this. It's very, very welcome indeed. But the process has already started. The tender outcomes for the construction and design and technology will be announced later this year, and I'm championing British companies who are very much part of that process. Yeah. But I'm more excited by the thousands of jobs and skills and new infrastructure that will be developed because of this. The work has already started on the Skills Partnership, stretching right across the regions, including the East Midlands, Lincolnshire and South Yorkshire. And they are now working together with our further education colleges, our universities and the Advanced Manufacturing Centre in Rotherham. But would the Minister agree with me that it's investment in left-behind red wall areas like mine that need to be the places where we revise our energy and our industry? This is where we start, and I want to see more. So thank you very much.
Well, can I say to my honourable friend, can I thank her for her advocacy, and can I say that as I was in discussions with the Chancellor, I did think that if this didn't go ahead, I'd have to answer to her and to the Mayor of the East Midlands, and so she was a very motivating force in ensuring that the project did go ahead. But I think her point is absolutely crucial, which is this is about good jobs in areas of the country that really need those good jobs. I was talking to an apprentice last night from Sizewell, and just who'd gone to Sizewell at 16. She's been there a year, and just the experience she's had, the kind of credit she gives to Sizewell, and you could just see her career in front of her, and we want that for lots more people.
Sir Julian.
Assuming that both the large nuclear power station at Sizewell C and the small modular reactors both prove to be successful, as we trust they will be, what's the government's thinking about the respective roles of each of those two very different types? Which does he think would be the better bet in the long term for the future of the country? And can he assure us that China will have no part in any of this?
On the latter, yes, I can assure him of that. It was the typically astute question, if I may say so, from the honourable gentleman. Look, I think the truth about these technologies is that I think both is the answer, and I think we can't really make a judgment about this until we see the SMR programme develop. Look, the SMR programme offers something that has eluded nuclear for a long time, which is modularity and replication. And that is the way, as we know from other technologies, to bring down costs and speed up delivery. So I think there's huge potential to both, but large-scale gigawatt can also play an important role.
Louise Hay.
Speaker, can I warmly welcome the SMR announcement today, which is great news for Sheffield, as Rolls-Royce are already doing significant work at the Advanced Manufacturing Research Centre. When I met Rolls recently, they said that 70% of their bid could be built and produced in Great Britain. How will the government make sure that they hold Rolls-Royce to account for that and ensure that this announcement delivers great jobs and great investment right across the UK?
Well, I really thank my right honourable friend for her incredible advocacy on this issue, including at the AMRC. I think she makes such an important point, which is this is going to be taxpayers' money, and we need to make sure that as much as possible of this is built in Britain. And I make absolutely no apologies for saying that. And the answer to her question is that as we negotiate terms with Rolls-Royce over the coming months, this will be an absolutely key part of our discussions.
Kirsty Black.
This £14 billion splurge on English nuclear power plants comes on top of £22 billion for English carbon capture and storage, while there's nothing for Scotland's Acorn project, with Grangemouth allowed to close, with a fiscal regime that is ruining North East energy jobs. This latest announcement shows that Scotland isn't just an afterthought. Scotland isn't a thought at all. If nearly £40 billion can be found for English energy projects, why is it that money's never been found for Scotland's carbon capture project?
Well, look, I think maybe there's an SNP change in position coming. If the Honourable Lady wants to have a discussion about Scottish nuclear power stations, then absolutely, we're in favour of the Acorn project, and we'll be saying more about this in the coming weeks. But let me just say to her, on nuclear power, they've really got to think again. They are absolutely sticking their heads in the sand when it comes to this. This is about jobs, it's about investment, it's about clean energy. They should really rethink.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I'd known it was your birthday, I would have brought you a chorley cake down. Never mind. My constituency, as you know, Mr. Speaker, hosts Heysham 1 and 2 nuclear power stations, and as the Secretary of State is aware, I'm pushing for Heysham to host new nuclear too. So can the Secretary of State tell me how today's announcement supports nuclear communities like mine and enables the next generation of nuclear across the country?
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right, and to go slightly to the weeds, the new planning framework that we're consulting on opens up possibilities for new nuclear, and what I've said today is, we set out the public money that we can at this stage commit to new nuclear, but my message to the private sector is, and we're seeing this a bit in the US, we're seeing this a bit in other countries, 50% increase in nuclear investment last year globally. If the private sector are interested in partnering with us and coming to us and saying, look, we want to build in other places, other than the places where you've put the public investment, we're absolutely open for business and dialogue.
Sir John Whittingham.
The Secretary of State will be aware that it was originally proposed to build a third nuclear power station based on a Chinese design at Bradwell-on-Sea in my constituency. While it will not be Chinese, can he say whether or not a third station at Bradwell is still a possibility, or whether alternatively it could be a location for an SMR?
Well, look, good nuclear sites, including Bradwell, are always going to be possibilities as far as I'm concerned. We're not going to have China building our nuclear power stations, but if this is something that the Honourable Gentleman wants to discuss with my department, we'll be right, Honourable Gentleman, I beg your pardon, we'll be very happy to do so.
Claire Hughes.
It's clear that this Labour government is putting pounds behind promises to deliver clean energy and good skilled jobs in all parts of the country. So with that in mind, given its importance to North Wales, could my right honourable friend confirm that Great British Nuclear will confirm or prioritise Wilver?
I'm glad my honourable friend asked me this question. Wilver is an incredibly important site that has huge potential for our country, and obviously Great British Nuclear is going to be looking over the months ahead at the role that Wilver can play, both in relation to SMRs and in relation to large-scale nuclear.
Phyllis Maddy.
The Secretary of State's message to the private sector is, if you want to build new nuclear, that Britain is open. Companies have told me that they need decisive and committed leadership from the UK government to be confident to invest in a new project at Swilver. I have raised this 11 times in this chamber, yet today no mention of Wilva. So, can the Secretary of State make it clear that the UK government supports the delivery of new nuclear project at Wilva?
Yes, we do. And, again, I would say to the Honourable Lady that we are very open to discussions with her and other colleagues.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't say happy birthday again. Perhaps we could just arrange to sing it next time so we all don't have to repeat it. But say to the Secretary of State, it's very welcome, his statement today, but the other welcome news today is the government's commitment for £460 million of investment at Sheffield Forgemasters. Primarily that's for defence nuclear, but it provides extra capacity for civil nuclear as well. So will my honourable commit that, a bit of concern that Rolls has got this link with Chechnya, that they will now use the forgings from Sheffield Forgemasters in the first of its type SMR in this country and build the supply chain so the vast majority of jobs are actually provided for British workers?
Well, I thank my reverend for that question. Look, I definitely believe that Sheffield Forgemasters has an incredibly important role to play in our civil nuclear programme. So contractual details for Rolls-Royce and the discussions we have with them are for a bit down the road, but Forgemasters, in my view, is central to our plans.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy birthday. Oldbury in my constituency is one of the sites under consideration for SMRs, and I've been told many times there are many factors going for it, including the fact that GBE Nuclear already own it, the nuclear expertise in higher education locally, its existing nuclear history, and the potential for coordination with the Berkeley site. Given that the old nuclear power station has already been decommissioned, the local community wants to know what the future looks like. So can the Minister confirm that Oldbury is still in the running and give a timeline for the decision?
So I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. As part of the process that we go to from here, Great British Energy Nuclear will be looking at what is the right place for the SMR fleet, and absolutely Oldbury is one of the candidates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I refer the House to my register of business interests, and I also wish you a happy birthday and what a wonderful day today is proving to be. As a proud Derby MP, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome the selection of Rolls-Royce to deliver the first of the UK small modular reactors. We know the Secretary of State, all his ministerial team and the Mayor of the East Midlands are champions of clean energy jobs. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that the decision today is good news for the country, good news for Derby, and that backing homegrown SMRs, what will the benefit be to UK workers and in the region of the East Midlands?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his advocacy for Derby and for Rolls-Royce. And, it's really important to say to the House, Mr. Speaker, this was a fair and open competition, conducted at arm's length from ministers. Rolls-Royce came out as the winner. I'm obviously incredibly pleased that it came out as a winner. And, I think the possibilities are huge, actually, for Rolls-Royce. Huge in terms of what it can do for SMRs in this country, but also the export opportunities and the jobs in the supply chains. And this is the thing about nuclear, is it's not just the jobs at the top of the tree, if you like, but it's the jobs right across the supply chain that we have the potential to create.
Sir Roger Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I fear that the development of Sizewell C may prove to be a multi-billion-pound investment in yesterday's technology, I do welcome the commitment to SMRs insofar as it goes, which I believe is probably the way forward for tomorrow. We have to get from where we are today to there. Why are we going to spend billions of pounds and accumulate masses of carbon wastage, importing carbon fuels from overseas, instead of developing our own North Sea resources?
Well, look, I think on the sort of nuclear point, what I'd say to him is, I think there is real potential at Sizewell, and I understand his views or the implication of his views on this, to learn from what happened at Hinkley, because it's a replica of Hinkley, and therefore to cut the costs and do it quicker. I mean, the aim absolutely is to deliver it cheaper and faster. On the sort of wider picture, I think maybe we do have a difference of view. My view is we've got to get off insecure fossil fuels as quickly as possible. That's why nuclear has a role, renewables has a role, but of course also the North Sea existing fields will be kept open for their lifetime. Oil and gas will continue to play a role in our energy system.
Anna Baxter.
Happy birthday, Mr. Speaker. New nuclear has the potential not only to power communities across our country, but create jobs in every constituency, which is why it's particularly extraordinary to hear SNP representatives argue against those jobs. Can the Secretary of State confirm how many new jobs will be created by this announcement today, and what conversations he's had with workplace representatives to make sure they are good jobs, genuinely good jobs, with good terms and conditions?
I think my honourable friend is absolutely right about this in all respects. You know, Sizewell alone is going to create 10,000 jobs at peak, 1,500 apprenticeships. There's a really, for very good safety and other reasons, there's a very strong trade union tradition in the nuclear industry, a tradition that we intend to uphold. And as for the situation in Scotland, you know, it genuinely beggars belief that the SNP would turn their backs on this huge opportunity.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As co-chair of the all-party nuclear group, and as somebody who has championed the nuclear industry for 20 years in this Parliament, even when it wasn't popular on both sides, I very much welcome this announcement, because I've seen in my own constituency over 60 years the economic impact the Chapel Cross nuclear power station has had. But returning to the subject of Scotland, obviously we see the SNP intransigence, which is costing Scotland jobs on the nuclear front. Can the Secretary of State ensure that if we're not going to have nuclear power stations, we can at least have jobs in the supply chain?
Well, I congratulate the right honourable gentleman for his long-standing advocacy on this issue, including when it wasn't popular. And I think he makes a very, very good point. Is that, you know, we obviously have to have a change in government in Scotland for a Labour Party that will actually advocate and is going to advocate for nuclear, but absolutely. The supply chain in all 4 nations of the UK can play a crucial role in this nuclear renaissance we're announcing today.
Adam Thompson.
And a very happy birthday to you today. Can I thank the Secretary of State for today's announcement, which represents a massive boost for jobs for my constituents in Erewash and a huge vote of confidence for Rolls-Royce just down the road in Derby. How does the Secretary of State foresee this announcement affecting the availability of apprenticeships for kids leaving my local schools in Ilkeston and Long Eaton?
Well, I think my honourable friend raises such an important point, and there is a really good tradition of apprenticeships in nuclear. I've seen it at Hinkley Point C. We're going to see it at Sizewell. I'm sure, and I will make sure, that we see it in the SMR programme as well. And these are fantastic opportunities for young people, and opportunities that we intend to make happen.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Secretary of State tell the House a bit more about the regulated asset-based funding model for Sizewell C? And in particular, could he assure the public that the construction phase of Sizewell C won't be funded by increases to people's bills, given that it will be well over a decade, and if we look at Hinkley Point, potentially nearer 2 decades, before it's producing any new electricity?
Well, he will know that the RAB system that was passed through this House involves the role of bill payers. Now, we believe this is the right system. This is actually going to be the thing that cuts the cost compared to Hinkley Point C. And I do say to the honourable gentleman, you know, he appears to oppose many different forms of clean power. He opposes transmission infrastructure for offshore wind and solar. He opposes solar farms. He opposes CCS. I guess he opposes nuclear. You know, I have an all of the above position on clean energy. He seems to have a none of the above position.
Jonathan Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted that Rolls-Royce has been selected to deliver SMRs in the UK, and it really is time for us to stop delaying the new fleet of nuclear power stations more broadly. The Secretary of State will remember that he came to my constituency, to the Barnet Noldswick Rolls-Royce site before the election, and he heard that they were now supporting 400 jobs, where pre-pandemic it was 900. This is a huge opportunity for us to create good skilled jobs in all parts of the country. So can you reassure me that the government, as the customer of Rolls-Royce, will, the customer of Rolls-Royce will demand that those jobs are going to places like Barnet Noldswick all over the UK, and we stop the offshoring of manufacturing?
Well, I was incredibly impressed by what I saw at Barnsley, and I was obviously very had to maintain a position of neutrality when I became Secretary of State on the competition as to who won the competition. But I'm obviously incredibly pleased that Rolls-Royce has been the fair and square competition winner. And my honourable friend makes a really important point about making sure the jobs go to places like Barnsley, and I'm sure that's something Rolls-Royce will want to do.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Capula is an example of a great British company based in Stone that's been supplying the electricity generation industry in this country for many decades. How can businesses such as Capula really link in at the very earliest stages with the government as it starts to plan how this investment is going to be made so we can get the very best for British jobs?
Well, I really thank the right honourable gentleman for his question, and I think he raises a very, very important issue, and let me take this away, which is, as we embark on this golden age for nuclear, we need to make sure that the supply chain really benefits. And perhaps he could furnish my department with details of the company, and we can think about sort of companies like that and how can they benefit.
Elsie Blunt.
Speaker, and I welcome today's announcement. I've been speaking to people from across my constituency, cleaners, hospitality workers and others, who desperately need the cost of bills to come down. How will the projects announced today and other steps this government is taking to counter the impact of uncertainty in global energy markets help stop people in Hayward and Middleton North from being out of pocket?
Well, I think my honourable friend raises a really, really important point, which is, this is about planning for the long term to get off this roller coaster of fossil fuels, which are insecure. And we saw what happened when Russia invaded Ukraine. Just to give you one fact for the House, Mr. Speaker, if the Sizewell C plant had been up and running at the time of that crisis, bill payers would have saved £4 billion in their bills in 1 year alone in 2022-23. This is the security that new nuclear can give us.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy birthday as well. I'd like to ask the Secretary of State what guarantees are in place to make sure that these jobs go to local people rather than overseas contractors, and what investment and training and skills will be provided to make sure that those go to local people on the ground.
Well, the honourable gentleman raises an important point that members on both sides of the House have in different ways raised. And look, it is absolutely part of what we are going to do to make sure these jobs come to the UK. There's commitments around 70% of the supply chain spending being in the UK, but it is something where my department will ensure there is accountability of the companies who are going to be benefiting from public money to make sure that we see absolutely maximum benefits in the UK and across the country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I warmly welcome the Secretary of State's statement today. Unfortunately, it's not for viewers in Scotland. Scotland was once a pioneer in nuclear energy and should be again, but due to the SNP Scottish Government's outdated, backward, quite frankly bizarre opposition to nuclear energy, turning away billions of pounds of investment and thousands of high-skilled jobs. So does the Secretary of State agree with me? This is yet another way the SNP Scottish Government has lost their way.
My honourable friend is so right about this, and I think people in Scotland will be looking at these announcements and saying, well, why isn't it us that are benefiting from this? Why are we not even in the race? We've got lots of people in this House, lots of members in this House saying, we want my area to benefit, we want my area to benefit, and we've got a Scottish Government and an SNP that says, we want no part of it. We want no part of these jobs. That, Mr. Speaker, makes no sense.
Sammy Wilson.
Speaker, and can I also welcome, it's very unusual for me to welcome anything from the Secretary of State, and I welcome this announcement today because nuclear is an important element in providing the base load for electricity across the United Kingdom. But while the Minister has mentioned deliver 5 times in a statement, this is an announcement, not a delivery, and there is a period when we will still need base load to be provided. And can he tell us how he intends to ensure that the base load is provided in that interim period, and also what discussions he had with the Minister for the Economy in Northern Ireland to see the suitability of SMRs to the supply in Northern Ireland?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman and I have been discussing these energy issues for about 17 years, I think, since he was the spokesperson, and agreement is rare between us. So I really welcome the agreement. Look, what I'd say to him is these are the steps we've got to go through to deliver, and they're incredibly important. On the point about the Minister in Northern Ireland, my honourable friend, the Energy Minister, is going to be meeting them next week. Just to reassure him on that point. And look, we believe this absolutely can benefit all 4 nations of the United Kingdom. That is 100% our intention to make that happen.
Andrew MacDonald.
Happy birthday, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Government's commitment to securing our future energy supply, and by doing so taking back control of our energy, protecting family finances and tackling the climate crisis. But in addition, I'm keen to learn of the Department's assessment of new technological developments to reduce energy waste, and in particular through developing underground thermal energy storage solutions. I'm aware of organisations in that sector keen to share opportunities with the Government, and I therefore ask the Secretary of State what is his assessment of the role of thermal storage solutions in reducing energy loss, avoiding curtailment fees, and maximising the benefit from energy generated.
Well, I know my honourable friend, and I thank him for his question, has been strongly advocating on these issues in terms of his constituency and the exciting possibilities that there are. My suggestion is that perhaps the Minister for Energy from my department meets with him and the company concerned about the potential that there could be.
The announcement today is good news as far as it goes, but the base load that it will provide won't be on tap for many, many years to come. How does he propose to fill that gap? And will he now look again at the UK-Morocco power project, which needs a decision soon and could be delivering electrons by the turn of the decade? And does the announcement today affect the likely contract for difference in strike price that's eventually reached with the proposed operator?
Well, look, I can say to him that we are very seriously looking at the X-Links projects, and he is a tireless advocate for that project, and I do respect him for that. Look, my answer on the base load question is that we need a combination of things to meet the power that we need, and there's all kinds of different ways in which we can do that. I would also say that part of the job that we're undertaking is to make sure that we can get Hinkley Point C delivered as quickly as possible, because that can also make an important contribution. On the last point that he makes, the decisions today don't affect decisions on X-Links. These are separate decisions.
Graham Stringer.
Can I welcome the Secretary's statement today, which is moving towards an energy mix which is less weather dependent. I also welcome the Secretary of State announcement of investment in nuclear fusion. There is one constant about nuclear fusion, which is from the original ideas in the 1950s. It's always been 50 years in the future. The International Energy Agency are still predicting that the earliest energy fusion will be providing energy into a grid in the second half of this century. Does the Energy Secretary agree with that? And if not, why not?
Well, he's definitely right about the old sort of saying about nuclear fusion. I mean, I think maybe it's coming a bit closer. There have been really, really important breakthroughs, including in the UK, or particularly in the UK, and look, we are determined to invest in them. I don't think anyone can say for certain when it will arrive, but I think the prototype fusion project is a really, really exciting step on that journey.
Savile Roberts.
A penblwydd hapus i chi. Happy birthday. The nuclear community at Trasfynydd remains disappointed not to be on GBN's SMR site and will continue to push for that, but also for alternative uses. Security of supply of medical radioisotopes is critical to avoid the ethical nightmare of rationing diagnoses and treatments for a range of diseases, including cancer. Welsh Government's Project Arthur will see North Wales become the home of a public sector national laboratory to produce medical radioisotopes. What is his department doing to help Welsh Government to realise Project Arthur at Trasfynydd?
Well, this is why these statements are important. I think I need to check the answer. I don't want to give a flippant answer to the Honourable Lady's incredibly serious question, so let me write to her to give her a proper answer.
Lillian Jones.
Thank you and happy birthday, Mr Speaker. Whilst I welcome this fantastic announcement, unfortunately Scotland won't benefit due to the SNP's ideological block on nuclear power, blocking billions in investment, blocking thousands of well-paid secure Scottish jobs and blocking growth across our Scottish communities. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that Scotland, and indeed Ayrshire, needs a new political direction, and the only way to get that is at the ballot box next year?
Well, my honourable friend puts it very well, and I noticed the SNP sort of disappeared because they're a bit embarrassed, probably. She's absolutely right about this, and in a sense it comes into sharp focus today because we can announce a golden age of nuclear with our investments, but not in Scotland. Because of the position of the SNP government, it makes no sense.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and happy birthday. Mr Speaker, energy security is very important, and so I welcome today's investment in nuclear. One small modular reactor can power 1 million homes using just 2 square football pitches of land. Yet you need 2,000 acres of good quality farmland with solar on it to produce just the energy for 50,000 homes. So will the right honourable gentleman consider the importance of food security as well as energy security and reconsider the use of good quality farmland for solar and concentrate instead on producing nuclear?
Well, I should say to the Honourable Lady that we're operating under the planning guidance of the previous government on best agricultural land, and just on her sort of wider point, I would say we need all of these clean energy resources at our disposal. We need solar, we need onshore wind, we need offshore wind, we need nuclear. I'm for all of the above.
I just want to inform the House that the Government will be bringing a statement later today on an update of the Middle East. Right, Jonathan Davis.
Mr Speaker. Today's announcement that £2.5 billion is being invested in the small modular reactor programme is fantastic news for the country because it will help bring energy bills down, power homes and create jobs. But it's amazing news for Derby too because the technology that's behind the SMRs has its roots in the technology which was developed at Rolls-Royce submarines over half a century ago. So as the government moves forward with this investment and delivery, can I ask him, as he approaches the contractual aspects, to make sure that we can build on things that we've got in Derby, like the Nuclear Skills Academy and the good jobs that are already there, so that we can grow the opportunity for the wider region and indeed the country as a whole?
I think my honourable friend puts it incredibly well. I think Derby should be incredibly proud of Rolls-Royce winning the competition, and I think incredibly excited about the possibilities there are now for young people in Derby, indeed people right across Derby, and indeed in the wider region. Now